most gracious, the most merciful. Peace be upon you and his blessings. Dear Excellencies, dear extinguished guests, today the representation of education for human and countries is the key to the prosperity of nations. Ensuring the quality of educational policies and practices is crucial to advance education systems. Whoever takes a look in the Quranic text sees the wisdom that is instilled in education. We listen to the student of 10th grade from Al Yamama Secondary School in Riyadh, student Omar bin Ahmed Al-Rahimi.
زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم.
Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth. His light is like a niche in which there is a lamp. The lamp is in a crystal. The crystal is like a shining star, lit from the oil of a blessed olive tree, located neither to the east nor the west, whose oil would almost glow, even without being touched by fire. Light upon light, Allah guides whoever He wills to His light. And Allah sets forth parables for humanity, for Allah has perfect knowledge of all things. Dear distinguished guests, we extend our thanks to the Ministry of Education and the UNESCO Regional Center for Quality and Excellence of Education and Warif Company for all their efforts for this workshop. We thank them for the collaboration and the attendance and the patronage of the Minister of Education in Saudi Arabia, Mr. Abdul Nayan, and the attendance of experts from the kingdom and outside the kingdom who are with us in this room today. We extend our sincere gratitude to our research partner, Warif Company. We would also like to share that there are some interpreting services with us today, as well as sign language interpreters on the screen on YouTube today. The certificates of attendance will be delivered later after the workshop. Dear distinguished guests, by the vision of the Regional Center for Quality of Education and its message to deliver distinguished services to support making an impact in education by delivering certain targets and KPIs that help develop the best practices in education for our future students. We hope to deliver all the benefits that you could get from this workshop today and helping aid the Sustainable Development Goal number 4 especially, which aims to help the quality of policies and practices in distance or remote education for public education by guidance of the Center, which was held today, Wednesday of 2024, the 9th of October. We are focusing on the remote industrial revolution in education that aims to guide our students to lead on a global level by doing our best to give them the future they deserve. Today, we stand before a revolution that is aiming to improve education, and we so hope that our framework that we be giving today will help achieve all of the goals needed. We want to enhance the quality of education by providing the tools necessary by the usage of AI or artificial intelligence apps and tools, and integrating them with our educational system today. Dr. Abdurrahman bin Ibrahim Mudaris will be giving the welcome speech, which is he's the Director General of the UNESCO Regional Center for Quality of Excellence Education. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, praise be to Allah, and may peace and blessings be upon the noblest of the prophets and messengers, our Prophet Muhammad, upon whom be the best prayers and most complete salutations. His Excellency, the esteemed brother, Mr. Yusuf bin Abdullah al-Bunayyan, Minister of the Education of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, brothers and sisters in attendance, peace be upon you and the mercy of Allah and His blessings. At the outset, on behalf of the family of the UNESCO Regional Center for Quality and Excellence in Education, we are pleased to extend our gratitude and appreciation to His Excellency, the esteemed brother Mr. Yusuf al-Bunayyan, Minister of Education in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Chairman of the Board of the Center, for his patronage and support of this regional workshop organized by the Center, titled The Quality of Policies and Practices of Remote Education and Public Education in Arab Countries, in cooperation with the Ministry of Education. We also thank our research partner, Warif Knowledge Company, as this reaffirms the ongoing success of joint collaboration to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030, particularly Goal number 4, which focuses on ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. Additionally, we acknowledge the support of the Education Transformation Summit, which was held by the United Nations in New York City in 2022, and its outcomes, emphasizing the importance of turning commitments into action through 5 action tracks. Here, we emphasize the contribution of the results of today's regional project workshop to Action Track 4, Digital Learning and Transformation, in alignment with its rationale and objectives, which were initially driven by the COVID-19 pandemic, pushing for the utilization of digital technologies to ensure the continuity of education. At the same time, distance or remote education in many countries created an access gap for many learners to internet services, leading to a variety of disparities between nations. Therefore, action track number 4 of the Education Transformation Summit, Digital Learning and Transformation, was introduced to make the digital transformation of education more inclusive, equitable, effective, relevant, and sustainable. The direction of digital learning after COVID-19 has been different. And it has illustrated that the educational journey requires human touch and face-to-face interactions, which supports the benefits of hybrid learning. And today we hope for all the teachers, depending on on behalf of all of us, we thank the teachers who were one column or an important column understanding of the COVID-19 pandemic and throughout the entire years. Digital learning is now something that we cannot let go of. It's not optional anymore. If we want to enhance the quality of learning and teaching, we must learn all of the necessary technologies and tools to promote innovation. Although all of the benefits that online and remote learning provides for us, there are still some challenges that we are still facing. Brothers and sisters in attendance, what the world is witnessing in terms of technological advancement, particularly in the field of artificial intelligence or AI, reaffirms once again that distance education has become an essential part of the structure of the global education system. This type of education offers opportunities to reduce the costs of education in terms of time and effort, which are critical to enhancing the quality of education, as well as opportunities for teaching and learning from anywhere, access to diverse educational resources, and the promotion of educational innovation. However, despite these promising opportunities that distance education offers, there are challenges associated with this type of education, some of which are well known, such as the need for teachers, students, and all service providers to acquire new technical skills, as well as the need to ensure the quality of educational content, the quality of assessment methods for students' learning outcomes, the availability of supportive technical infrastructure and equipment, and other unknown challenges that might arise due to unfamiliar contexts. Brothers and sisters in attendance, to enhance the digital transformation of education at the regional level in Arab countries, the UNESCO Regional Center for Quality of Excellence and Excellence in Education has undertaken several projects and initiatives in this context. These projects focus on the following aspects. First, enhancing the quality of digital learning content and its alignment with the specifications of national curricula and the needs of learners today. Second, the development of policies and regulatory frameworks that govern the practices of distance education in a way that ensures inclusivity, fairness, and sustainability. Third, providing technical infrastructure and building the capacities of teachers and students to use digital technologies effectively in the learning process. We at the UNESCO Regional Center of Equality and Excellence in Education affirm that these projects stem from our vision of the importance of digital learning and its role in achieving the objectives of the fourth Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 4, particularly in terms of ensuring equal access to education for all. Lastly, I would like to thank all of the experts and specialists who contributed to the preparation and implementation of this workshop and the partners who supported us in achieving the objectives of this workshop. Dear distinguished guests, today I would like to thank the government and the ministers for all the support and the endless support they give us. For which focuses on the most beneficial goals and benefits for the future of our education. And I extend my gratitude to the Minister of Education for his patronage and his patronage and his care, and I affirm my gratitude and thanks for all the ministers of education in Arab countries. And I would like to thank all of the experts and specialists who contributed to the preparation and implementation of this workshop and the partners who supported us in achieving the objectives of this workshop. I hope that the results of this workshop will contribute to supporting Arab countries in improving the quality of distance education policies and practices in public education, thereby enhancing the educational outcomes of learners in these countries. I extend my gratitude for our brothers and sisters in attendance, whether in person or online, for all the passion they have provided, and their support is the reason why we will always continue to develop our nations and lead on the global level. Peace be upon, thank you very much, and peace be upon you and the mercy and blessings of Allah. I thank the Director General of the UNESCO Regional Center for Quality and Excellence in Education for his.
أصبحت التقنية ركيزة أساسية في تعزيز جودة التعليم، حيث سهلت الوصول وزادت مرونة وجاذبية العملية التعليمية، كما قللت من تكاليفها، مما أدى إلى تنوع أساليب التعلم وأماكنه. فالتعليم عن بعد أصبح أحد الاتجاهات الرئيسة في المستقبل. ومع جائحة كورونا والتحول المفاجئ نحو التعليم عن بعد، أصبحت التقنية ومنصات التعليم الإلكتروني السبيل الوحيد لاستمرارية التعليم عالمياً. وبعد انقضاء الجائحة، بات التعليم عن بعد أداة رئيسة في المنظومة التعليمية، حيث ساهمت منصات التعليم الإلكتروني في دعم التعليم الحضوري وتعزيز التواصل بين المعلمين والمعلمات والطلبة وأولياء الأمور، مما سهل الوصول إلى المعلومة وتطوير مهارات التعليم الذاتي. ومع تطورات الذكاء الاصطناعي شهد التعليم تحولات كبرى، وأصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي أداة لتمكين التعليم المخصص، إذ يوفر الدعم الفوري للطلاب ويمكن المعلمين والمعلمات من إنشاء محتوى تعليمي متوافق مع أهداف الدروس واحتياجات الطلاب. وعلى الرغم من التطور التقني، نحن كمؤسسة تعليمية نراعي الجوانب الأخلاقية مثل الحذر من تحيز الأنظمة لما يؤثر في نتائج التعلم وأمان بيانات الطلبة والامتثال للقوانين وضمان الوصول العادل إلى تقنيات التعليم. التقنية اليوم ليست مجرد وسيلة مساعدة، بل ممكن أساسي للتعليم عن بعد، وتؤدي دورا هاما
and that
في تحسين
distance or
جودة
remote
التعليم
education is now an
والتعلم
integral part of
والاستعداد
learning, not
لمستقبل
just an
أكثر
alternative.
استدامة وازدهارا للجميع. فالتعليم عن بعد لم
Today
يعد
we
خيارا، بل هو من أهم معالم مستقبل
share the
التعليم.
results of the
التقنية هي الممكن الرئيسي للتعليم المستدام والمستقبل.
and sustainable learning. Distinguished guests, we now welcome His Excellency, the Minister of Education of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the UNESCO Regional Center of Equality and Excellence in Education, to give his opening speech. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, peace be upon the Prophet, Excellencies, peace be upon you and blessings. Allow me to welcome you all. Allow me to welcome you all in the regional workshop we have today on the quality of policies and practices in distance or remote education for public education, where we showcase the results of the research project in collaboration with a number of regional and global and international institutions, where we discuss the quality of policies and practices in regional education. We believe that education is the key for prosperity of nations. Ensuring the quality of educational policies and practices is crucial to advanced educational systems, and we hope to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Dear Excellencies and distinguished guests, COVID-19 has created a gap and transformative a move in education and digital education, which changed how we perceive or see or experience both learning and teaching. We have shown great success by developing new and advanced technologies and platforms in education, which provided continuous learning. In Saudi Arabia was one of the leading countries by responding to COVID-19 pandemic and providing an excellent choice for education for its nation. The Arab countries have developed strategic plans that helped achieve immense great work to achieve its goals of the global sustainability and lifelong learning, to become a responsible global citizen. Lastly, I would like to thank our kingdom's rulers for their immense support and help to promote the education of Saudi Arabia on the global level. I also extend my gratitude to our attendants and by providing and your vision to continue the remote learning that is in alignment with our present today, and it hopes to achieve all the training needed to be the leading country or countries in the world. Peace be upon you and blessings. Thank you very much. Excellencies, I extend my sincerest gratitude for the Minister of Education, the Chairman of the Board of Directors of the UNESCO Regional Centre for Quality and Excellence in Education for his patronage and attendance of this workshop, titled Quality of Remote Education Policies and Practices in Public Education in Arab Countries. May Dr. Ali, may Professor Ali bin Mohammed Shahrani please lead the first session that he will be moderating. Professor Ali, the President of the Arabian Open University in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests. We express the need and importance of quality of education that is equitable and equitable learning and the fairness and quality of education. In November 2015, we have developed the plan of the map for quality of education, which provides the rules on how to control from plans to actions, and has provided beneficial cooperations that have developed all the goals we needed, from advertisements to everything. And it is clear to everyone that the efforts that UNESCO provides for sustainability of education in a way that ensures inclusivity, fairness, and sustainability for lifelong learning and quality education, especially in times of struggles and pandemics, which aims to help the Organization of Humanity, which is always striving to achieve all the goals, both global and locally. The schedule of plans that they has for the following years ensures and affirms their efforts, their continuous efforts to build fair and relevant goals for all people related to education. And the UNESCO Regional Center for Quality and Excellence in Education has did its best to found the greatest projects and plans to follow this rapid movement. And one of these projects is the workshop or research of quality of policies and practices in distance education for public education, to provide helpful and useful frameworks for the practices of online and remote learning and public education, abiding by the best practices globally. And we are happy and pleased to announce that it is the fifth round of Tamkeen, which have provided a lot of frameworks that aim to provide greatest educational goals. We welcome Dr. Tao Chown, the director of the UNESCO Institute of Information Technologies and Education in Russia. May he please welcome the stage, and we will take some 15 minutes of your time. We will give the research partner speech, Professor Ahmed bin Muhammad Barba, CEO of Warf Knowledge Company. In his speech, Dr. Abdurrahman said that teacher cannot be replaced by AI, and but studies have shown that we can replace panelists by AI. So I'm grateful to be here, standing in front of you today. In the name of Allah, who taught Adam all the names, and He is the all-knowing and all-wise, peace and blessings be upon the trustworthy guide, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Chairman of the Board of the UNESCO Regional Center for Quality and Excellence in Education, His Excellency, the Minister of Education, and all esteemed attendees, peace be upon you. We believe education is the key to the prosperity of nations. Ensuring the quality of educational policies and practices is crucial to advanced educational systems. Educational institutions are continuously studying ways to enhance learning outcomes in terms of skills, value, and knowledge. Research in education is ongoing and endless, as we continually seek to improve the present and shape a brighter educational future, adapting to the ever-changing global landscape. Achieving this noble goal requires collaboration. Partnerships and alliances are essential. In line with the King's vision, our government fully supports these efforts. This is the foundation of the partnership between the UNESCO Regional Center for Quality and Excellence in Education and Warf Knowledge Company, which focuses on one of the most relevant issues today, remote education. Remote education or distance education is now an integral part of learning, not just an alternative. Today, we gather in this workshop with education leaders and experts from the Arab world to share the results of the study and engage in constructive discussions. We gather in this workshop with education leaders and experts from Arab world to share the results of the study and engage in constructive discussions. May Allah bless these efforts and grant our nation's progress and prosperity. Peace be upon you and blessings. Now, Dr. Tao Chown, Director of the UNESCO Institute for Information Technologies and Education.
Hello, can you hear me? It's my turn. Okay, thank you so much. Your Excellency, Mr. Minister, dear Director General, and colleagues of the UNESCO Regional Center for Quality and Excellence in Education. I'm very glad to participate in the very interesting workshop. Greetings from Moscow, from UNESCO Institute IITE. It's really a great honor and a pleasure for me to participate in this event. There is no time difference between Moscow and Saudi Arabia. I hope there will be no physical distance as well. And I am very much motivated and excited to participate in this workshop because I see this is a great opportunity for IITE to look for new partners, especially with UNESCO Center, Regional Center, RCQE. We are both members of the big UNESCO family and other participants of the event. And also, I'm very interested in the topic and the program. So, what I'm going to do for my presentation, I think it's not really a keynote speech. Rather, it's a short briefing, a short introduction to IITE about my institute. And I also would like to take this opportunity to share with you some of my personal ideas. They are more questions than ideas, as we are facing so many challenges and questions. And if you allow me, I would like to share a few pages of my PowerPoint prepared for this workshop. So this is my, can you see the screen? I hope you can see it. Can you see it? Okay. Very briefly, UNESCO IITE is a category institute of UNESCO based in Moscow. We are the only category institute with its mandate of promoting ICT or digital technologies and artificial intelligence in education towards the Sustainable Development Goal SDG 4 and education transformation. And as everyone needs digital technologies, so our mandate covers all aspects of education, covering from preschool to higher education. And also, as a global institute, our programs cover different regions of the world. For instance, Eastern Europe and Central Asia, they are our neighboring region. It's a traditional target region of our program. And Africa as a global priority of UNESCO. And Middle East, the Arab world, the Arab countries. And we have a number of projects. I'm going to say a few words about them. And we are searching for new partners today. So that's why I'm so motivated to participate in this event, as we expected more partners from Arab world than now we have more partners in other regions, and we expect more from the Arab world. So let me share some of the how to move forward. I'm not familiar with the tool. How can I switch to the next page? Next page sharing. Can you help me? Then how can I the next page? Sorry for this. Uh-huh. This way? Is this the next page you see on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Sorry, I'm not familiar with this tool. And we have a number of projects focusing on the Arab countries. One example is a joint project with Huawei, Huawei Regional Office covering Middle East and Central Asia. We published ICT talent report covering 9 Arab countries plus Pakistan. This is one project. Another one is a joint project with Shanghai Open University. And this project, we launched the Open University, benchmarking for a university, and with a number of targeted countries in different regions of the world that might be interested in the Arabic, in the Saudi Open Universities and other open universities. And the third one is another Huawei project. Jointly, we developed the AI course in Arabic language. It is MOOC and free for access, and it is published at the Huawei Thailand website. It's open to everyone. It is designed and developed for university students and TVET colleges. And we also have a project, we call it e-library for teachers, in 4 different languages, including Arabic. And this is a resource center for teachers, for school teachers. And also we organize webinars and trainings online and on-site. And we work together with a number of partners in Middle East. For instance, with Alexo, Professor Mohammed Gemini, the director of the ICT department, is is the vice chair of IID governing board. And when we develop our online course on AI jointly with Huawei, SDAIA provide excellent support to our project. So we are looking forward to more collaborations, and we are seeking we are searching for new partners from the Arab countries. And this is a short introduction of some of the projects of IITE in the Arab countries. And if you allow me, I would like to use a few minutes to share some of my ideas with regard to the distance or online education. And we are living in a fantastic, manifest fantastic world with the rapid development of digital technology, especially artificial intelligence. And it is no surprise when we wake up to learn new outcomes or new tools of AI. And AI is is making us awake at night because there are so many new possibilities. There are so many unknowns and challenges. And it is not a surprise. Tomorrow, when we wake up to learn OpenAI launched OpenAI O2 or something else, and just yesterday, we learned the AI pioneers won the Nobel Prize for Physics this year. And meanwhile, we know there are many concerns and risks. And some people are optimistic, some people are pessimistic, even with more concerns. Who is going to drive education transformation? The machine or human beings? And I'm very optimistic as we human beings create the AI beings. I prefer to call them AI beings. And they provide so many opportunities for us. And only with AI, it is possible we talk about the new digital transformation of education. Even our understanding of digital transformation of education or transforming education is different from years ago. So what UNESCO is doing now is to guide the process of transformation in the right direction, to protect the values of our common values, to ensure that the risks, the concerns, we can find possible solutions to deal with. And meanwhile, there were so many unknowns, so many exciting questions. And with regard to online education or distance education, let me mention just a few. For instance, the role of teachers. And when we talk about AI, distance education, and we say teachers cannot be replaced, they can never be replaced. That's true. However, it is clear the role of teachers will be changed substantially with the new meaning and the new role of teachers. Previously or today, we have one teacher, that's a human teacher. And tomorrow, we are going to have two teachers. One is human teacher, another is AI teacher. And the teachers have to work together. We need to train the AI teachers, educate AI teachers. We need to learn from AI teachers, and we need to collaborate with AI teachers. So in the future, the role of teachers, even tomorrow, will be different. And what will be the role of teachers tomorrow? I do not have clear answers. I, I have more questions. I know there will be new role. Even the meaning of teach is different. So with the two teachers, human beings, human teachers and AI teachers working together for our students, the role of teachers must be changed. And how to support teachers is also a challenging task. The second question, the role of textbook or learning materials. About 10 years ago, exactly 12 years ago, when MOOC was born, everyone was excited. But now we need a new MOOC. When we talk about MOOC, the first word is massive, massive open online course. However, AI enables us to create individualized learning materials. So we need individualized MOOC, the new MOOC, to provide individualized learning for teachers and students. Thirdly, or the last one I would like to share with you is the concern of inclusion. When we are facing different groups of learners, including persons with disabilities, including students in crisis, even in war, can we ensure that they can enjoy the same technology and learning, how to keep learning going on in special circumstances? This is a challenge in many aspects. However, it is a challenge in terms of technology. Whenever we have a new technology, we are talking about thinking about how to use it in teaching and learning. When we talk about inclusion, we always ask, what new technology you can offer? The technology is not advanced enough to ensure the teaching and learning for marginalized or to ensure the inclusion of education. These are only few of the questions. I'm sure you have more concerns and questions. Unfortunately, there is no easy answer. However, we have clearly a rule forward. That is technology innovation and collaboration and working together among all of us. So that's why I think the topic and the program of the conference, the workshop today is very important, is vital, and I'm also looking forward to working with our partner, UNESCO Regional Center for Quality and Excellence in Education and other partners, including especially the Ministry of Education from Saudi Arabia for our shared goal and dream. Let's stop here. Thank you very much. I wish a great success of the workshop. Thank you.
Now, with the second part of our workshop today, ensuring the quality education in the era of AI and digital transformation. Now we welcome both Dr. Abdul Rahman bin Abdul Malik Kamal, the project research team leader, and his project research team member and colleague, Dr. Abdul Rahman bin Hamad As-Salami. Now, with the presentation and analysis of reference country practices and the intellectual framework. Please bear with me. I'll get back to you now. May peace be upon you and blessings. Hello and welcome, everyone. May peace and blessings be upon the Prophet Muhammad. Peace be upon him. Firstly, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Minister and the Mr. Yusuf Al-Bunyan and the UNESCO Regional Center for Quality and Excellence in Education for this collaboration that have developed by this research, which came in a very critical time, especially post the pandemic. Which has been discussed by many of us. And to be honest, remote learning hasn't been something new, especially we're going to talk about the fourth SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, and the importance of quality of education and allowing fair resource and fair chances of education for everyone. The show has started. Quality and excellence in education. The project of quality of distance education policies and practices in public education in Arab countries. Presentation and analysis of reference country practices by Dr. Abdul Rahman bin Abdul Malik Kamal, project research team leader. some sign languages interpreters for people who are very near and dear to my heart. So please enjoy those powers who translate and interpret and provide everything for our people. Contextual proposed guiding framework. The fourth sustainable goal affirms fair education for everyone in the society, from men to women. Whenever we look at those people, we find some of those minorities who may not be able to find the technologies that we have today. But to be honest, this isn't something that we only saw today. This is something that have been shared and the solutions have been founded years ago. For example, we can see that in the UK since 1800s and in America and US since the 1900s, they have been able to do remote learning and remote education by messaging. Then it has developed, the operations have developed until we have reached the beginnings of the 20th century, where they have been remote education or distance education by the radio. And there have been announced the term on-air schools by the state of Wisconsin, and they have been legislated some rules for distance education in Britain, in the UK. And then it has developed to the TV or film education, which have been a great advancement by the University of Wisconsin that have developed an entire system for remote education that has its own curricula and the rules of teachers and professors that have been presented by TV and visual aids. Lastly, we see online learning via the internet, and it has been on a wider scale adopted by a lot of countries in the late 20th century. And it has witnessed a great advancement of availability of education in multimedia, and that is augmented reality and virtual reality that is similar to what we have in the in-person education. And it has set specific and detailed legislations and rules that aim to guide education and remote education and enhance its quality. And as we have witnessed in the COVID-19 pandemic, to be honest with you, is the development of the internet education. And we have witnessed a great advancement in remote learning. So if we compare it to television, to the radio, to the printed press education and online learning have showcased an increase in great infrastructure and a very fine and powerful tool of knowledge via the internet. We see in the gray is high school education, and the deep gray is the middle school education, and in light blue elementary school, and in deep blue is pre-kindergarten. To assess the quality of online learning and distance education policies, we will see the link between sustainable development and all aspects of life. So, especially when we see that the case of quality of education in all of its kind, whether in person or online, is the most popular topic discussed by many countries and experts and researchers, and it has gained a lot of research topics and a lot of reviews in the last period, which is why some policies and legislations or frameworks that have been aiming to organize the practices of education have been developed, uh, whether online or in person, in the our educational reality today. In schools, middle school, and high school, we have put a lot of countries have put some specific legislations of online learning, whether on higher education or undergrad education, especially pre-COVID-19 era. However, in the public education, there are few countries and commissions that have put legislations or frameworks for online learning or remote learning. In the US, we see the plan of electronic learning, digital learning, however you may call it, to make education, online education, one of the best options for available for students in regards to some specific rules and regulations. The Resource Education 24 and the Council of Remote Education for America, INACOL, have put specific standards for remote learning, and it has been renewed in 2019 by the Quality Matters organization in Australia, because it has set forth all the cuts of educational legislations for governance of education, especially online. You can see the Resource Distance Education 2022. In Korea, there's some rules that have been set very clearly for three parts or types of online learning. Online that is simultaneous on the internet. Second, online that is dependent upon educational content unsimultaneous. And thirdly, education and or learning that is continually dependent on tasks and assignments and feedback, which is not simultaneous also. You can see the resource Shin 2020. Project introduction. The results of the research are presented in the following table, especially in the educational field. A desperate need for research and the quality of policies and legislations set forth in education especially in distance or remote education, trying to enhance it on a certain level, planning the legislations and enhancing how it is phrased and set and executed and assessed to make sure that it is fit for the qualifications of quality education. Arab countries have faced some obstacles, facing the advanced technological advancements in the field of distance education, and it has practiced all have dependence on in-person education in before 2016. Before 2016, according to Makhlouf 2016, the outcomes of remote education does not does not does not does not befit the in-person education, not in quality or in goals of learning. By Azevedo et al. 2020. The studies and reports that have been conducted through COVID-19 pandemic, when studying online was essential in most countries, it has unleashed and released all the missing educational gaps that we have had, which was shown very clearly because the reports have showed, especially the report that have been developed by both the International Bank and the UNESCO and the UNICEF, to make an estimate of the missing educational in the countries of the Middle East and South Africa, MENA, by 0.9, which correlates with 1 year approximately, which is something very hard for us to lose, and it had some counterparts on the learning of students in the future, which was in 2020 or during the COVID-19 pandemic, which have been fixed by the governments and the ministries of education worldwide. The problem of the study is represented in the research gap. Because of the fewer research, academic research that have been targeting the quality of legislations and policies of education, of remote education in the Arab countries, which showcased a lot of challenges that have been facing these qualities of education in a number of important policies, their phrasing, their execution, and their assessment, which had led to problems facing the level of integral and core problems such as governance and finance, and infrastructure, technology, operations of education, whether learning, teaching, or assessment. Based on the questions of the research, based on the problem of the research that have been set forth above. So the question relies in, the main question of the research relies in how can we enhance and try to better the quality of legislations and of policies and practices in remote learning and public education in Arab countries. This question has a lot of sub-questions that we will show you in a minute. Firstly, what are the frameworks? What are the frameworks for the quality of practices for the best practices and policies of remote education and public education. And second question is, what are the best global practices for quality of policies and practices in remote education and public education or public schools? And thirdly, what is the reality today of the quality of policies and practices in remote learning in public schools in Arab countries? Lastly, what are the suggested frameworks for the quality of policies and practices for remote learning and public education in Arab countries? The goals of the study. Based on the problem statement of the study and its questions that it's trying to answer, the study aims to achieve a number of research objectives and a number of research results that are represented in the following. Firstly, making sure that the framework for the quality of policies and practices in remote learning in public schools in Arab countries is specific and detailed. Secondly, acknowledging the group of policies and practices of remote learning and public education in Arab countries on the best practices possible, making sure to know which one's which. What are they? Thirdly, analysis of the reality of the quality of best practices and policies of remote learning and public education in some specific Arab countries. Fourth, designing and proposing a framework, a suggested framework to develop and enhance the policies and practices of remote learning and its applications in public education in Arab countries that is based on the best ways and methods globally. The framework of the study in the context of the goals of the study that it aims to acknowledge the reality of the quality of the policies and practices in remote education and public education in Arab countries, hereby we represent the framework that has three main objectives. Firstly, we need to make sure and make clear what do we mean by specifications of remote learning, what do we mean by its types, what are the theories of remote learning. Secondly, detailing the specifications of the templates and programs of the quality of policies of remote learning, including the main fields that most frameworks agree on. Thirdly, extracting the main elements of each resource or framework for the study, especially for the best practices and policies of remote learning. Understanding remote learning. In the shadow of the immense evolution that we are witnessing whether on the global communication, electronic advancements and technological advancements, and the great transformation we see from the first generation to the fifth, and the great revolution, the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions, and the dynamic changes in the educational infrastructure due to the aftermath of COVID-19. Firstly, defining remote education. Online education is an operation of learning and teaching that is planned and organized by an educational institution, executed by the internet and its tools and its diverse tools that offer a level of communication and interaction and engagement that is necessary for education, learning, studying, and assessment practices. Although the distance of proximity by of physical proximity between the learner and the teacher. Specifications of online or remote learning: physical distancing or physical proximity, which is all the types or parts, all the parts of the educational operation, especially the learner and the teacher. Second specification or feature of remote learning is digitization. Digitization is where most content being learned is being digitalized, with slideshows, videos, lecture recordings, etc., where it is easily forwarded and sent to and between the educational parties. The third feature is multi-channels. The presenter has given a meaningful poem for the teachers because of the Teachers' Day, International Teachers' Day. To continue the features of remote learning, we have multi-channels, the basic technological skills and self-learning, we have independence and flexibility. There have been many theories of remote learning: the building theory, the communicative theory, social learning theories, and learning and learners have been actually more active in online learning when less threatening social environments are present. Self-personalized learning paths theory or framework. The Fowler framework, which concludes the assessment of policies, which includes the issue definition, the agenda setting, and the policy formulation, the policy adaptation, and the implementation, and the evaluation. You can check Fowler's reference in 2012. We also have the policy cycle framework, and you can see the resource Parsic, Solhammer, and Hotchel 2016, which states that the first thing is agenda setting and the rules we have mentioned before. have showcased the quality of the systematic educational development and developmental context by showcasing a lot of reports and advertisements and papers globally that show the relationship between the deep relationship between remote learning and the Sustainable Development Goals. One of which is the Enshun advertisement, which states the frameworks of the SDG 4 2030 remote learning, which all of them affirm that of the importance of providing the policies of great quality in relation to remote learning in all countries, as well as the importance of great practices that are focusing on the outcomes of the operations, reaching to the greatest levels of outcomes. Keeping up to date with the global policies enhancements that are related to online remote learning, which have been greatly enhanced and improved post COVID-19. Fourth and lastly, the great and continuous review of these policies and practices, including the elements of educational system by teacher, student, and educational content, as well as operations of learning and teaching and assessment, and great technological infrastructure, and legislations and finance and management, and integration with the sustainable international and global sustainability goals. We have the frameworks of the best practices and policies in remote learning, and policies of remote learning, which is the planning, phrasing, execution, and assessments, which you can see the specifications of each in the paper. And now for showcasing the results and then analyzing the results of comparison between the selected countries of the targeted project. We have four objectives: the results of these countries in the objective of planning, then execution, then the phrasing, then lastly the assessment. The selected countries have been stated are Estonia, the United Kingdom, Australia, Singapore, and the US. In the planning objective, in the UK, teachers have provided a lot of new skills that have been acquired continuously by remote learning. In Australia, it is a demanding prerequisite for education to apply to remote learning that the student must be enrolled in an in-person school priorly. In the UK, the government provides finance for families that cannot provide its own devices or technological devices required for remote learning. In the UK, it's not necessary for remote learning to be studying the national curricula or applying it, and you can choose your own personalized learning paths that are fit for the national programs and just get ready for the national assessment centers, the official tests they provide. Secondly, online learning without putting forth efforts that are going to waste. The teacher and how prepared he or she is are an essential part on the success of this operation. Lastly, the planning for enhancement of the system of remote learning in in-person schools and remote schools. In my opinion, I believe that these 5 objectives are of phrasing the policies and practices are the most important. If the teacher wasn't helping the student uh, to, uh, to to making this operation successful, you cannot expect the student to believe in online learning in the future, which is a very critical point to discuss and make sure that all the teachers are qualified to be providing educational online education or remote education. And the ministry have developed a lot of workshops to make sure that they train their teachers on the platforms that we're using today. Making sure and making ease for all the teachers and learning providers. Designing a specific framework of the, and they did that by designing a specific framework of the digital required skills for teachers when applying remote learning, to make an estimate of how ready and how prepared teachers are to support technology and education in Estonia. In the UK, they have developed a fund of multi-academic academic institutions and schools that encompass a number of legislations of organizing legislations for best practices on remote learning that is supporting to what should be taken into consideration in virtual environments. In the UK, they have been executing various operations such as the book of the rules of best practices and excellent practices for remote education that have been published by the Ministry of Education in the UK and presented to schools and academic institutions by applying or hiring a representative of quality of remote education in each school and assigning one person that is designated or assigned to make sure of the quality of remote education for the students. In Singapore, the Ministry of Education have developed a series of content online which aims to help comfort and guide parents and caregivers to provide education and learning and provide a lot of guidance and advice to ease the communication between parents and children and children. In America, the teacher keeps detailed records of information and communication that is relevant, and the teacher uses pedagogical rules and tools digitally to help aid communication. Just like Dr. Abdurrahman mentioned, we are focusing on the execution of legislation rules of remote learning. And the assessment as well. In regards to the execution, we see that the Ministry of Education in Singapore have presented a lot of courses and workshops to develop the skills and the professional skills for its teachers and stakeholders to keep up to date with the new pedagogical advancements. The initiating in the UK, they have initiated a fund of multi-academic and academic institutions that encompass a number of legislations for best practices for remote learning that supports which needs to be taken care of in the virtual environment. In the UK, they have provided a lot of extracurricular activities, including arts and cinematic and film production, as well as entertainment, weekly entertainment, and a global in-person event and digital in-person events for the entire school. In Australia, the schools have been collaborating with the families to make sure that the student is doing well and the status of his or her academic status, and ensuring his or her active participation in remote learning. And as well, in case of weakness or lack of participation on behalf of the student, they will do what is known by a meeting of the learning of the student in Australia. The three objectives of assessment of the active education of the activities of the education and the system of online learning. We see the execution of internal assessments for the operations of remote learning that are continuous, as well as complying to the rules of the Organization of Economic and the OECD in Estonia, as well as the teachers providing both written and oral notes regularly based on the results of the expected educational results, as well as the schools that have been providing written reports on the performance of students at least twice a year in the UK. Ensuring as well as ensuring specific frameworks for assessment for the teacher that contains two main elements to promote the teachers as professionals, which are the enhancement element and the professional progression element in Estonia. In regards to the projection of the analysis of the research, in the Arab countries, we will see the Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Palestine, Jordan, and Egypt. These countries have been evolving by the day. And we chose, as mentioned before, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Morocco, Palestine, the Kingdom of Jordan, and Egypt. They have been working on four main objectives, which are the results of Arab countries in the planning objective of remote learning, and secondly, the results of the Arab countries in the objective of the phrasing of the policies of remote learning. And as mentioned before, the thirdly, it will focus on the execution of the results of the execution of the policies of remote learning, and lastly, the results of Arab countries in the objective of assessment of the activities and policies of remote learning. These objectives revolve around 7 parts, which are providing proofs or papers that offer the policies and strategies of education online, focusing on partnership building, the availability of plans that promote equity and equality and governance in learning, providing frameworks and managerial structures and hierarchies that organize activities of education online, the availability of specific platforms that provide intellectual savers of activities of remote learning, as well as workforce availability in all levels of pedagogical work, as well as the focus on and aims of the agenda of 2023. Best suggestions in the planning objective of remote learning are 4 of the following: the selection of curricula that are fit with the content of a national curriculum and national tests, providing governance and finance for families that are not fit or not able to provide the devices required for their children, as well as the selection of as well as providing great infrastructure that supports the application of online learning and providing an operational system and technological devices in schools. And lastly, applying remote learning moving forward to the objective of the phrasing of the policies of education, of remote education, which is very, very important. Because without a teacher that holds all the skills necessary for applying all these rules, we won't be able to achieve anything. A lot of countries have faced issues following up with all these advancements due to lack of preparation or lack of technological skills and advancements in training of its academic institutions for some of the countries that we have studied. And it's all falling on the back of the teacher or instructor. Designing the objectives of phrasing of legislation or policies of remote learning are five, which are designing the fit and appropriate educational environment for activities of remote learning, as well as the accreditation of values of equity, equality, and governance while designing these policies, as well as enhancing and developing strict rules that govern the policies of remote learning, as well as accreditation of national standards that the studies and research centers provide for designing these policies. Lastly, ensuring that the required prerequisites for the success of the plans of remote learning are available. The most important suggestions or recommendations for the phrasing objective are the following three, which are the preparation of a clear rules guide for the practices of excellent of the best practices available for remote learning, which is published or organized by ministries of education for schools. And secondly, developing a specific and specialized framework for the technical skills needed for teachers when applying remote learning. And thirdly, providing the cyber and informational security for of the internet. Lastly, the objective of execution of the learning policies, which states the need for providing the content, or the curriculum content, the computational curriculum content that is appropriate as well as developing the specialized free platforms for online learning that help support minorities and education of remote learning, as well as building continuous assessments for the level of the ministry and the field at most, as well as developing programs that help build the skills for teachers and mentors. And the most important suggestions for this objective of execution rely upon the building or initiating a system that helps support professional excellence between teachers by providing remote learning, as well as developing partnerships, the strategic partnerships between the school and the family for following for the students' attendance and presence and activeness during the classwork, applying mentors for students that they have to meet regularly in sessions, in mentorship sessions individually. And lastly, the objective of assessment of online learning policies, which underlies four sub-objectives, which are the planning and development of correctness plans in light of the results of assessments of the KPIs, and developing and executing report for collecting data of the outcomes of the extracurricular activities online, as well as developing and enhancing the students' and teachers' assessment standards, as well as building standards and activities to help assess internal and external remote learning policies. And the main recommendations for the execution objective are the initiation of a system that help providing the best practices and policies possible for students and teachers in applying remote learning, promoting strategic partnerships, and signing mentorship sessions for both teachers and students.
Communications, financials, management, and governments, because we want to build and plan for a system of distance learning. Also, we want to have a clear message. Is it a hybrid, fully blended, or the opposite, self-learning? We want to delve into the distance learning that differ according the circumstances. It's good for certain circumstances, but not for the long run. We want clearly to define what you want from the education system. That's at that point we can build an excellent system. I want to thank the attendees for their coming today. You are, and the third result is to plan for all the elements in the educational process, to include skills, learning outcomes, um, it's not only a supporter for the face-to-face learning or the regular learning. The point is to build and to plan for building original educational activities in distance learning, and also to align with the needs in this regard. We need to delve into the psychology, behavioral psychology, and to study all these parts. All these things are important to put in consideration when we want to plan for our distance learning system. Because when we plan very well at that time, we will reach the level of composing the composing the policies. The policies has to be fair and equity for all society members, people with disabilities and people with low income and people who resides in far places. Also, we need to have an integrated team for this, for the composing that study the curriculums, teachers, educational designing, and also technical specialists as well as psychological specialists. Also, we need to meet the need for integrating students in the educational process effectively. And then we always notice that there is a gap between the policies and the reality. There is always a challenge to overcome this gap. So we always have uh, the higher management that focuses on the strategic planning and also put a system for governance, the policies and practices, and also put and invest in infrastructure. All these are a great efforts. However, still there are gaps in the process, because today when we want to move from good practices to the better ones, we need to take care of these points. We need to implement excellent benchmarking and standards. We need to define what are executing executing standards, and also the chances for human resources improvement. Also, they have we have the policies that supports the process of recruitment of technology in education as a tool for thinking and accessing deep education, and not only a tool for implementing the traditional content. There are a lot of schools that are crowded, and schools with low number of students, and different schools in different geographical contexts. That's why the central management needs to build the plan that align with the strategic plan of the minister and support the implementing of these plans. And the last point is related to the central management that uh, that try to understand all the risk, all the possible risk, and to study the impact of these risks proactive procedures to avoid these results. All this, when put in consideration, we will reach better results. The school is is the end user of this result. It's depend on it with all its facilities that distance learning will succeed. And enabling school is uh, is a must, and it is a direction for the minister, for the education ministry. As some colleagues said, now we need to put school aside and let it to walk. We are we we are restricting their role and their so that's why we need to enable them uh, and give them policies. We need to implement the standards related to excellency. School also to heighten the effectiveness of all facility members in education and management and prepare them for good implementation of distance learning practices. Also, school managements need to understand all the challenges in the way that face them that faces it in implementing distance learning practices and work to solve this problem with all related stockholders. The teacher also school in school we have the teacher. He is our not he's the knights in this battle. He develops the educational he develops the educational activities according to the nature of learning that put in consideration the nature of distance learning. Also, this is a crucial point. How can we provide a feedback, a transparent feedback? Uh, Grades are not our matter. It's not the problem. We need to provide an accurate feedback, a descriptive feedback for the parents that describe their progress and tell exactly the needs of the students. It's not only about giving grades and excellent, excellent. We need to provide parents with a transparent, accurate, descriptive feedback. It is really misleading. The number sometimes are misleading, but when we have a descriptive report and when he praise the student, he praise it accurately, and when he gives negative feedback, this is because uh, he wants to we want to build a strong relationship between the school and the household. Also, we need to improve the styles of induction the students psychologically and behaviorally, which aligns with the standard of the standards of distance learning policies. Students today are talented. They can use the technology effectively. When we talk about gamification and game-based education, all these matters, they are excellent and they are a way beyond us. They are actually part of building the activities and honing skills, and that's at that time we can see how schools can compete actually in in improving the distance learning. They will be actively contributor to the process. They are not only a negative receiver in the process. Lastly, we need to look at the point of we need to focus on some painful point. Let's be honest. We want to reach good results. The first point, assessments need to be planned from the beginning, from day one. It is not, it's not, we need to plan to improve it from the first day, to to plan for the tools of improvement and tools for benchmarking from first day, and assuring its accuracy and its inclusivity for all the aspects of distance learning, and also to include all the stakeholders in the process. If we want to improve distance learning only, we have to look to students and schools? No, actually, we need to look at all the levels, educations, technician, communications, ministers, and authorities. All of them, they need to participate in distance learning. This way, we can have actually transparent and objective data, and we can know where is the problem, where is the mistake. We need to improve. We need to improve the distance learning in an inclusive system, and just give us this. We need to have a specialized management that focuses in in measuring and improving distance learning on the level of the ministers and also all the branches related in education in education. At the time when we have a system of education that all levels, from the level of the minister to schools to the home, and all of them give us the right data that feed the system, we will have big data, and we can be assured that the result we have are accurate to improve our distance education system, and also to have a specialized management in measuring and improving distance learning. And as I told you, decision makers in all levels needs these accurate reports. Me as a decision maker, and the process of improvement doesn't provide me with the data I need, we will have ambiguity, and that it will not be reliable. Also, we need to provide feedback to improve the policies in use regularly. And I will be honest here, experience after an experience after an experience without improvement. Um, as you remember, lastly, we have Madrasati platform, and we have many experience and applications, but we actually all these success needs to have data and feedback for all our good experiences. Actually, when you come to when you when you come to reality, all the educations uh, all education functions around Saudi Arabia, they have good practices, but there is no one who can gather all that data from all the levels of education in Saudi Arabia, and we study it and analyze it. And if a decision maker want a assessment, a swift assessment to make a decision, actually, unfortunately, we don't have a system to analyze all this data. Feedback is actually has to be full accessed. Everyone need to access the data related to feedback and related to the results of the experience. Uh, let's open our sources and let it public for let it access let the access for everyone. Sorry for taking long time, and I want to thank you all. Thank you, doctor, for your speech. And I want to tell our attendees that we have certificate for attendance. There is a barcode at the end of the workshop, and you can read it. Also, we want to tell you that we have the service of translation if anyone needs a translation. All the details related in this study, where can we find it? Where can we access it? Okay. Um, just I will to provide a short comment. First of all, we talked a lot about the study and what did we implement, and it has its restrictions because it's implemented in 2022, and without no doubt, there's no doubt that the pandemic has a great impact in resulting in highlighting the distance learning. And this is actually positive on one side. However, it has a negative impact on other side because it was a result of a needs, a quick need to provide an alternative to continue learning. We just seek what is already there and available, but we didn't have actually a system ready. So just to make the long story short, if we planned very well and we prevent the strong infrastructure for distance learning, we come across a very important point, which is improving the teacher. If we didn't focus on this point, we will lose a lot of our efforts and resources. When we focus on the design of distance learning, it's very different when it comes to distance learning and face-to-face learning. So if the teacher he is not aware of the principle of design the learning, the design of the education process in distance learning, we will not have what we aim for. The result of distance learning can be very close to, can actually exceed face-to-face learning if it was designed in a correct manner. As you all know, we have synchronic distance learning and non-synchronic and non-synchronic distance learning. In non-synchronous learning, we have a design that make the students depend on himself in all the process, and all of it. We need the students actually build his knowledge in a very deep manner. This point I want to highlight in all for all education decision makers in our Arab world. And thank you all for your listening. Thank you, Doctor. This workshop supported by His Excellency. That's why we called experts from all Arab worlds to enrich us with their efforts, with their experience. And now it's time for Q&A. Q&As. If anyone wants to extend his question, he just needs to raise his hand and mention their name at the first. Yes, you can start there. Hi, I'm Yahya from Sattam University. I want to thank you for this valuable workshop. My question has two parts. First, we have two experience. We have the Saudi Electronic University and also the National Center for Electronic Education. Where is the place of these two experiences in the study? So let's to repeat the questions. We have three experiences, and let me add the Arab Open University to this experience. We need to know where is their place among the study. Actually, this is not a case study. It is a mixed method study. It is we just gathered data from all these educations organizations and related organization. It's not a case study, so we didn't focus on one educational organization, and we are proud of our experiences and all these organizations. We gathered our informations in a mixed method. We gathered both qualitative and quantitative data, and we had experts. Who studied and gathered these data. And I want to add a point. Distance learning, it has different definitions and terminology. So what is the definition of distance learning, so we can say if it's applicable or not? Is it blended learning or hybrid learning or a recorded video, synchronous, non-synchronous, and all these points? And I will answer in one point. Like Arab Open University, as an experienced in this since 1996, we have a hybrid system that combines both distance and face-to-face learning. and we have excellent practices in this regard. And and this is what I wanted to add. Also, we have here a questions. We have point to add from His Excellency. Hi everyone. I want to welcome everybody in the Minister of Education. And actually, this is a very crucial point, and I have some points I want to add because I was actually interested in this study. And and if you let me, I will call it electronic learning, whether it was synchronous or non-synchronous or hybrid. And at the same time, the benchmarking that you mentioned Estonia in it. In this benchmarking, I don't want to talk about the whole country in general because all these studies are studies implemented. So the benchmarking to be accurate, we need to actually access the schools that actually implement this system, not the country as a whole. But we need to see the schools in each country. And actually, the more the students depend on technology, the less the educational outputs, the quality of the educational output is decreased. So we don't want to depend fully on electronic learning. And from my point, our experience we can see here in Saudi Arabia, our experience is the perfect experience in distance learning. After the pandemic, the skills in mathematics was high, and if we compare it to the other countries in all the world, in many countries around the world, they have their skills was actually lower than what we have here in Saudi Arabia. Um, the electronic education actually put the teacher in the center of the process. Actually, it has a very great benefits as many benefits and advantages. What we are doing today, actually, we are reassessing the experience. We don't want to be very excited about that and implement these recommendations without considering many points. We need to take into consideration the assessment and actually the improvement. And I want to thank you for this workshop all. Actually, it's a very important point that Dr. Hassan, no, no, no. Dr. Hassan give us a very important point. In this workshop, we don't say that we all need to target distance learning. In the beginning of the study, we said that we have an educational loss in this study. When distance learning implemented in the pandemic, during the pandemic fully, that we have an educational loss. If we want to use distance learning as a system, the first point we need to take into consideration that we need to ask ourselves, what do we want from distance learning? To what extent? To what level? What advantages it provides? What this disadvantages we need to avoid. And as the doctor mentioned, it's need to be followed in by a feedback and assessment. Distance learning, it's not a magical solution. It is one of the solutions, but it's need to be planned very well, and it needs continuous improvement. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Hassan, for your point. When we talk about electronic learning and digital learning and digital education, there are a lot of studies that mention both positive and negative impacts of this learning, of this education. When we come to writing, mathematics, and all these crucial matters, in distance learning, we can see negative impact on these skills. Some countries in some schools, for example, in one of the school in King Faisal school, we said that let's stop the use of Google Classroom. Let's stop the use of tablet and iPad, and let's get back to the notebooks and the textbooks, and let our students use them to minimize this negative impact on distance learning. We are talking about distance learning as an alternative, not as the only solution. Actually, when we see our expatriate students outside Saudi Arabia, and why don't the Ministry of Education doesn't provide for them a distance learning program that focuses on courses related to their identity, their language, improving their languages and maintaining their language. And when we see other sectors, we can see that distance learning can provide these sectors with various opportunities. And I agree with you. Distance learning is not the only solution for all education problem, but we need not to forget that we live in a digital era. We live in a digital era, and we need to benefit from all the advantages of distance learning without its negative impacts and influences and drawbacks. Actually, the way of use it is problematic here. As we implement it accurately, we will have the positive result, the desired result. We have Dr. Saleh here. Hello, everyone. I want to extend my thanks to the Higher Education and the Minister of Education, and also the UNESCO Center for having this workshop. When we talk about distance learning, we can see that Saudi Arabia has a very excellent experience in this regards. We have the National Center, we have the Saudi Electronic University, all these entities. My question is your study actually studied the challenges that faces these entities? These points actually I didn't see through your study that you have implemented any analysis of our current reality. From the ladies, Do you have any questions? The ladies sections, we need to listen to your voices. Hello, everyone. I'm Fatin El Bloui from Tabuk Education section. One of the challenges that faced us in distance learning is the family. And to be honest, family is an important partner in the educational process. What I want to know that is in this study took into consideration the role of the family and the implementation of distance learning and its role in the distance learning. Here we have Majda Al-Gahtani from Jeddah. She said, thank you for your study. But what I want you to tell you that this study focused on the equality of the policies and policies. Actually, improving the policies could help us in education, but it doesn't help us to reach a result that we can measure. In my what I think that the teacher and the students, we need to work in the we need to talk about the process before the electronic education. The student has needs, has skills, and we need to improve self-learning in our students. It is a very crucial point, and it will help us in many advantages, whether it was synchronous or non-synchronous. Or when the teacher ask him to provide any task. And also, the study didn't cover the aspect of the teacher and also the use of the teacher, like diverse process classroom education. Do we still have these process and strategies implemented in the classrooms, or we have other process improved and implemented? When we focus on Arabic language and reading comprehension and mathematics, we need to focus on face-to-face learning, and in other subjects we can integrate distance learning in a way that hone their skills. Thank you. Um, Good morning, everyone. I want to extend my thanks to our leaders. I am Randa Jaim from Tabuk, Education Branch. I want from this, we want to get out from this workshop in a decision to implement distance learning 1 day a week through Madrasati platform. There is always a question regarding Madrasati platform, and we always wonder where how can we activate its role? How can we benefit from its advantages and what it provides for the teacher and the student? There is actually a gap that there's actually a gap between distance and education learning. Um, Hello, everyone. I'm Abdullah Al Wazra. I am the doctor of human resources in Imam Muhammad bin Islamic University, and I have a point here related to the importance of the the consideration of improving the policies. And I think this is actually a it provide a great need to revise the educational structure in order for the school to activate its role and be enabled. We need to restructure the educational system when it when we talk about Saudi Arabia. Also, we need uh, we also need put into consideration the cost of the distance learning if we decided to implement it in our schools and institutions. We need to have the sectors concept. The sectors, we need, for example, the district sectors, they need to work together and they have their supportive team that support them with in support them in training, support them in providing information and in providing what it needs to this process to be fully and successfully implemented. We need to work on the concept of sectors. I think it is more effective. This is the first point. The second point, we were comparing between distance learning and regular learning, and now I think we need to think we need to we need to think of distance learning, regular distance learning, and AI distance learning. We need to improve the quality of distance learning. Um, we need to that distance learning can help us.
Dr. Matar and Dr. Tao have some comments they'd like to share with us. Evening, everyone. I'm very glad to be here. I'm Dr. Manal Sef from King Saud University IT department. We always discuss online learning in seminars and workshops, so I'm very glad that today we can share each person's view on this topic. So I really am grateful for all the efforts you guys have put forth today. To be honest, the thing that grabbed my attention the most today is when we speak about achieving some goals in quality of policies. And when we discuss the policies and the practices, we are talking about what happens in the field of a remote education in public sector. We have also seen the presentation, the great presentation you guys have showed us. And we cannot actually see the actual results unless we have compared between them and the things that we witness on the daily basis. The most important point I want to ask about is how can we achieve the technological tools that we have today. We cannot talk about the remote education quality if we do not talk about the skills needed for technical advancements. We have seen you discuss the review of this point and the study, and maybe you could just revise and remind us of the main important points of it. Peace be upon you and blessings. Hello, Dr. Sultan from Medina University. I thank you for this amazing and wonderful workshop that have led and shed light on a lot of sides and aspects, especially on electronic or educational remote learning. To be honest, I did a study in 2021 as a specialist in Arabic for non-Arabic speakers, and 260 students were the objects of this study. And some obstacles that I've faced were that the students have faced, especially the non-Arab students and multinational students, were the issue of assessment and the engagement issue. And these two have been discussed in this research that you have provided. And you know that education is is a social construct. That education is a socially constructed activity that needs participation of both parties. An entire project have been made of collecting the data to discuss the issues of these details that we must benefit from at last. In the end, we will find the results, the great results, hopefully, inshallah. Thank you. Mr. Bandar from Hayel University, counselor at some school. We see that the Ministry of Education have put a different e-learning schools across the country, and it has aimed to achieve excellent outputs of education. Do you see that these learning schools will achieve the goals needed for them? And thank you very much. Dr. Adhan, I'll give a short comment and then I'll give you the chance to provide. You guys have provided a lot of great examples and insightful notes and opinions you have shared. So the experiences in online learning are various, and it depends from full online virtual schools to open online universities. Globally, these things are vary from the right to the left. Okay, so now what are the best or least or the less best practices that we have? It's not a one size fits all approach. Today, if we ask how can we teach the students of Saudis who study abroad, how can we teach their children Saudi Arabic curricula while they study abroad? So these things have their certain context for them. If we take science, for example, I have a son in middle school. There's a video about the digestible system, 4 to 5 minutes, that he can see by motion graphic and camera, that he can understand the entirety of the science book or biology book. Isn't our goal is to benefit from and the quality from education? Does this mean that we should cancel all the other tools? So the question remains: who designs the educational map for our schools? This is the biggest question mark we have. We always talk about the positivities and negativities and the pros and cons of each situation. Do we leave it for life, for chance? No, we only call the result of this beautiful research or study that the UNESCO RCQE have conducted. We want to shed the light and tell our colleagues and the educational system that we are facing a lot of changes, and we are the engineers and change makers of this revolution. You guys are the ones who choose what can we reach. And one of the attendees said that I may be living in a countryside that hasn't had the best network or Wi-Fi availability possible. The topic is an intelligent design that helps serve educational parties. You are the ones who create the impact and make the changes needed for smart education that provides all the necessary goals and keeps up to date with the need of the future and keeps the traditional values remaining. Lastly, I'd like to thank all the experts and specialists who contributed to the preparation and implementation of this workshop, and the partners, the Ministry of Education, Warif al-Marifa, and the UNESCO RCQE, and the attendees we have seen today, and they supported us in achieving the objectives of this workshop. I thank everyone for their questions and the introductions they have done with us today. If you could see the study that we have conducted, you will find answers to each of your questions, because it has been conducted by data collected from the field. It's not hypothetical data. Everything in this study is real. Thank you everyone for your attendance. We thank His Highness Zahrani and the remaining research project workshop. And for now, we take a 15-minute recess break, and we will come back in 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone. The foundations that we have set forth on this study, which are execution, planning, execution, assessment, and phrasing and assessment. Allow me to welcome Dr. Fahad to manage this session from the Legislation Center of Education, the Ministry of Education, and the UNESCO Center, Regional Center of Quality of Education. I welcome you all and the Regional Center regional workshop, the the quality of policies and practices in distance education for public education. I welcome the Director of Education Sector, the ISESCO, the local, regional, and international experiences and expertise in light of modern trends. We hope that this session may spark passion in your souls for e-learning and future learning and finding the best practices ever in the Arab and Islamic worlds. The topic of online learning, dear extinguished guests, the topic of online learning is something that is rapid in movement, rapid in changing, and we witness online learning being an inseparable part of education and learning.
We want to welcome Dr. May Ahmed Yassin, and she is the acting director of the Regional Center for Information and Communication Technology in the Kingdom of Bahrain. She will share with us the experience of implementing digital education in the Kingdom of Bahrain. She will yeah. Also, I want to welcome Dr. Noura bint Mohammed Nimhanna. She is the director of the General Administration of E-Learning and Education Channels at the Ministry of Education in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. She will share with us local, regional, and international experiences and expertise in the light of the modern trends. Um, in this session, we will share insights and knowledge and the latest trends in education and distance learning. Let's start with Dr. Ahmed on behalf of the UNESCO organization. Welcome, Dr. Ahmed. and we call Dr. Ahmed to speak on behalf of the organization of educational sector and all the regional efforts. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Welcome. Start, please. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a blessing for me to participate with you today on behalf of the educational sector from the ISISCO in the second session to share with you regional, local, and international expertise. And this is under the regional workshops of the quality of educational policies in distance learning. Um, Today I will talk with you about the effort of ISISCO in distance learning. We know that when the world changes, education must change as well. In the middle of the accelerated change, the needs for improving education start to be a must, and enabling education to align with the latest trends and the current challenges and the future challenges. We need a new education that's directed toward the future and aligned with the latest changed globally and is able to face those great challenges and meet the educational improvement and the knowledge improvement and also fostering the continuous learning and highlighting education, self learning, and the free of education, which enhances the effectivity of the educational process. And from all these strategies, distance learning comes as a tool to that helps us to meet the technological improvement. And here I will share with you part of the ISISCO efforts in the field of distance learning. The ISISCO initiative to ensure the to ensure the continuity of education and distance education during COVID-19 under 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 the theme of together from together to support the continuity of learning in in the Islamic world, collaborating with MISC organization. Um, Through this initiative, financial supports and technical support was provided to 24 countries distributed on geographical domains for for the members countries in ISISCO to selecting the digital and visual and the audio visual devices that is necessary for implementing those strategies. And this initiatives provided a series of videos, uh, each of which is 5 minutes, to share experts and educational specialists uh, various specialties to foster the continuity of the educational process and improve its quality. Then the ISISCO organization held a seminar about the future of the educational strategies in the light of the era trends. And and many ministries of education participated in this forum, and as well as experts and regional figures in the field, aiming to highlight the importance of implementing modern teaching strategies and highlighting its new directions. Also, the ESISCO provided many training courses and programs in order to level up the potentials of teachers in distance learning and blended learning in many of the partners countries. This is in order to develop possibilities and acquires experience and knowledge and skills and necessary abilities in this field. Also, ISISCO held many training workshops in order to improve the that electronic education project, and also developed many online courses in many of the members countries. Uh, Also, the ISISCO launched ISISCO, ISISCO chair for open universities under the theme an equity and inclusive learning for everyone in the University of Muhammad Al Khamis in Casablanca. This is under the ISISCO efforts to improve the scientific research movement in its countries. Okay. Also, ISISCO provide technical supports for educational ministries in the field of composing national strategies to
the continuous of education during COVID-19 with the help of the UNESCO's, and that is in the international UNESCO's and all the peace be upon you. I'm pleased to be here among all of you, among great intellectuals of education and the quality of education. And today, I'll share with you my presentation. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Can you see my presentation, doctor? Yes, it is apparent right now. Okay. Proceed, doctor. So, so you told me that the presentation is 10 minutes. Would you like me? So I'll be in less than 7 minutes. That's one of challenges in distance education. I'll try to be as brief as possible. The UNESCO's Regional Center for Information and Communication Technology in Kingdom of Bahrain is working to build knowledge-based societies and plays an active and influential role in promoting the use of technology. Through the center, we care about the center's work, the vision of the Ministry of Education and in the Kingdom of Bahrain, the strategical roles. We have goals that tries to implement technology in education and roles of sustainable development. The vision of our ministry is available. Everyone can check it out. We move to the important part of distance education. Let's see how in the Kingdom of Bahrain before COVID-19 and after. As a result of the vision, the ministry decided during 2001 to implement a vision and strategies to implement technology in education. And based on that, an international conference was held with UNESCO, and the outcomes of it came with the current recommendation of the importance in Bahrain, and we started as such. And then the project of King Hamad, as a result of to improve education, and this began in 2005. This phase on producing necessary information in public schools, including networking and electronic devices, as well as supporting human sources in 2010. The project transformed the development phase, aiming to bring about change at the classroom level by concentrating on enhancing teaching technology practices in a way that would have a positive impact on students. In 2010, we had a development stage for the project, which focused on the practice level. After changing the infrastructure, which pre-COVID in 2016, 2017, the Digital Empowerment Program in Education, the journey of digital empowerment in education in the schools of the Kingdom of Bahrain began following the success of the Kingdom Hamad project for future schools in 2015 and 2016 academic year. The program enabled teachers to design and publish digital lessons based on complying standards through official platforms. It also aimed to assess the students using innovative methods, resulting in the development of students who are capable of analyzing, exploring, and creating. And based on these, we now have teachers that are able to create projects and lessons that are based on requirements that are, and then assist the students in innovative ways, which led to reflecting their ability to produce knowledge based on the standards they have acquired. And all that was pre-COVID. And the number of beneficiaries in 2000 from the beginning of the 2000 was 20,581, and the number of projects was 619. It was easy to transition to the online distance education system, and educational methods were implemented during the academic using variety teaching methods, which includes which includes blended learning and online learning and hybrid learning. The number of beneficiaries for this phase was during the 2 years of COVID was 14,000 beneficiaries and 179 programs during that time. But post-COVID, the Ministry of Education in the Kingdom of Bahrain is keen on investigating the knowledge and skills gained by both teachers and students. We find that e-learning, whether it's blended learning, online education, or distance education, is still effective depending on the nature of the subject and its specific needs. Distance education is done through online classes or through portal education, which still stands, which the result of supplementary lessons for students and the revisions before the exams and activities and assignments for daily for students and enrichment materials. The number of beneficiaries were 6,000, over 6,000, and the number of programs is 7 programs. This includes the center's help for both students and teachers to get their certificates, and the general number of beneficiaries that gained their certificates of students were 11,800. And this was during COVID. And post COVID, the number of beneficiaries were over 16,000. The center still cares about the continuous support, and we have to emphasize the importance of education and distance education and the importance of it and the investing in it, and that it forms a strength for the future and helps and for we look forward to give more, and I wish that I have covered in the time. Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation, which you covered the practices of Kingdom of Bahrain during COVID and post-COVID and pre-COVID, and showed the work of the center and the stages of implementing distance education during post. Thank you for the enrichment experience. And from the Kingdom of Bahrain, we move to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where the experiment which was the talk of everyone in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the world. So we call for Dr. bin Muhammad Al Mhanna, the General Director of the General Administration of E-Learning and Distance Education in the Ministry of Education in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. She may come up to the stage. Peace be upon you, your distinguished guests. I would like to start with thanking the regional center. It's no doubt that the fast speed of the development of education with artificial intelligence and emphasize the importance of developing education practices and distance learning. Excuse me, let me find my slides. We'll synchronizing the presentation, the slides, with the speaker. Would you please synchronize my slides? my presentation. Okay. It is important to emphasize the main goal that we achieving for in education, which is implemented in the fourth goal of education to ensure an education that is long-lasting and fair and good to everyone. In a national goal, we achieve in by our vision to raise the expectation and be more competitive. When talking about policies and practices, it is important to look back at history and look how practices are used to done in different times in past times. Distance education was mainly become prominent during time, but when we look at history, we saw that the need to reach distance made people use different practices to get education. Uh, as um, uh, as we can see, um, the challenging of times made people. When talking about the experience of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and developing the education of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia before and after the pandemic, we see that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia fought to the continuous education in dunya and for a long time as it developed and cared about its infrastructure with the vision of 2030 and cared about moving to distance education, and as such the Ministry of Education implemented multiple policies to ensure the continuous of education under different times, which was done in the work between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health and different sectors down to schools. Through all these challenges, Saudi's experience was successful, praise to God, and it was seen in fourth phases and the best fourth phases during in the world in 2020. Key features of the kingdom experience in distance education before and during the pandemic can be seen in creating Ain channels, which was up to 24 channels, that aims at all public schools, beginning from kindergarten all the way to all the way to high school, as lessons were broadcasted to children, as well as developing the portal Ain for Education as a storehouse for education on enrichment materials, as developing الروضة, which is the main experience of the distance education, as those were developed to create a comprehensive educational field for both parents and students, which include interactive tools such as distance lessons, and all methods of assessment were developed, as well as implementing projects for both teachers and parents to better implement as they to ensure access of internet to all, as well as financial support to family who are in need through Takaful Foundation to ensure that they all have devices and internet to ensure their access, as well as working during the pandemic to implement important policies, as well as policies privacy and digital etiquette and criteria of digital, as well as other. And after the end of the pandemic, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia invested in the many initiatives were launched and developing education in remote areas, as well as the blending traditional education with online education. And the platform Madrasati was continued to be used as a main tool for education, as that include a lot of interactive tools, as well uh, as well as giving access to school principals to what help and access to the improve the distance education. The Ministry of Education worked towards hybrid learning to achieve great education for remote areas, to make sure that equality, a good and fair learning reaches to all. And according to such previous efforts and changing times, the Ministry of Education strives to plan and create a future that ensures for kids to be competitive worldwide. As the Ministry of Education works towards planning laws that makes distance education available within a frame that is fair and comprehensive and inclusive, that covers the quality of education and includes the quality of education that is up to standards. And based on such, the Ministry of Education worked on creating plans and place plannings and scenarios that keep up with the changes, as well as studying and revision over 500 certificates over based on worldwide, and analyzing them to come to have a better practice worldwide. And one of those best practices that the university works towards is expanding e-learning, as well as implementing rules and regulations to work with such as artificial intelligence, and develop students. In short, the current which works according to the changes of times and supports the goals of the Vision 2030. That's Thank you for listening. Thank you, Dr. Noura, for this enrichment, which you have covered the experience of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where we took a historical visit to the past of how distance education was done, and the policies of how education was before and after, as well as covering the key features of the experiences and the development. Before we move on to our last speaker on this workshop, I would like to re-welcome anyone that just joined us. Now we move on. The space responsible. Today, peace be upon you, can the following slide. Peace be upon you. Welcome all, and I thank you for your invitation and your attendance. I didn't come here for mentioning numbers. I'm sure you're aware of more than me, and the challenges I'm sure you're aware of and you deal with daily. And what I talk here about education and factors I've learned from you and through schools and universities. I'm not here to talk about those things. I'm talking as a parent and what I need for my students in the future. I'm talking as an educated, long life learning that is not based on my geographical area. I'm talking as a human, that is blessed or cursed by education, and that is constantly learning when he's unable to see. Since the beginning of time, I've talked about myself. When my father left with Hassan al-Sheikh from the Ministry of Education, so they rented a house on the road of Takhasusi. I wish that they were here, mercy heaven soul, so they can see the greatness that we have created today. Firstly, let's talk about an important point. Here we see 2 points. First, this device. This human being, if it wasn't for God and from this education, he would not been able to talk and give us his great theories and that changed the world. Education, technology is an important tool that connects us with together. But more importantly, if I describe this person, the disabled person, I have a little bit of. We mentioned the worst in distance education, but distance education began before my birth. So I'm talking about CBT. We talk about distance education through mail, since what I'm talking about is not distance education or digital education, but smart education. But I wouldn't be connected to that. One of his benefits is the challenges that you mentioned, doctor, the remote areas, the rural areas. There's schools in all these areas. They don't need education. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the rights of everyone since the birth. That's what I'm trying to reach, and that the technology is trying to help us achieve. The following slides, please. The changes that we live in a changing economical state. So if I don't reach to people, they're gonna reach me, and we both gonna be teaching our schools. Networking change the cultural differences. There is no one source of education. I can create schools every day that covers the need. What we talk about today is what we understood. Now we understand the minds of a human. Now I can better deliver the following slide. We talk about COVID very much. COVID changed the matter that that people can work remotely, and it changed a crucial, important rule, which is that we can create medicine remotely, and that is not true now that COVID happened. The matter is that education, all schools, now that. What about education? Education we used to say that requires board and attendance. This challenge made us to move education, and when we talk about resolution, we need a resolution that works forever. It doesn't matter if it's a traditional, hybrid, or electronic. So now ask the important questions. Who said that we have to have? Who said that students have to attend schools? This doesn't have to be the following slides. This very clearly the changes that happened. There's different ways. And different ways of content creating, such as VR and others. The demand differed from how it was to how it is today. The new tools, your major, all those tools and techniques change. The following slides. Following the open education that they called connectivism. It was introduced in the UN in 2006. It had many points. I'm summarizing them in 3. 1, there is nothing impossible that you can teach traditionally that you can teach remotely. Now you can teach remotely more than you can teach traditionally. And I'm not saying that to reduce the work of teachers. A teacher I, the important point and the most important one that we're not working towards and the methods of how. So they say that education in the minds of minds, if I can connect people through their minds, I can reach the informant. This reached in 2006, and there's a study published in 2011, and the first course was attended by 11,000 kids. But after COVID, Stanford lecture that took over 2 million students. But with all this developments that was sustainable, that I will not take long to discuss to you, but Accenture covered the LinkedIn. Uh, so now the connecting of education. The following slide. So now we're talking. So I'm talking the challenges of education. Can we implement for every student's teacher without artificial intelligence? That's something that we can do without artificial intelligence. It is the tool that helps us do such. Can I assist their skills and whether they're focusing with me or not without artificial intelligence? That is not possible. Um, this was a present. That was not a present to us as it was in different countries. Is there a place that implements? That is there tools that teaches how you can drive self-driving cars. These cannot be keeping up with traditional ways, only with artificial intelligence. The following slides, please. It is a journey that began. The matter is not getting education and graduating. It is is a never-ending circle of learning. The following slide, please. This is only a brief part. There's only snapshots of the matter that we are talking about. The matter is not about distance education. You're talking about content, stages, and tools. That's something that we have probably already went over. There's over there's over 50 ways that you can enrich distance education. Without implementing tools, we are unable to do such. The following slides, please. This is how distance education improved. And very brief, people could afford it in the past. But there was a time, only ones who remembers Microsoft Carta, that was during CD, that you need that doesn't provide you with all tools. But then Wikipedia, from Wikipedia moved on to that we are able to speak with Siri, and that was before AI. Any changing is a journey. It started as a theory. And then there's Antony. But we weren't able to utilize it until the invention of internet. But the internet wasn't able to utilize it until the web was created. And then Bill Gates came but without the web, unable to use those tools. With Steve Jobs, he gave each one of us a tool. The following slide, please. So comparing this journey with the changes that you see in classrooms, we're still in the matter of open education. These changes that occurred and changes that we all happen till we reach into artificial intelligence. The following slide. We're talking about UNESCO during 2000, during 2015, they said that every individual have the right to education. That was over 15 years ago. But without implementing the tools that we talked about, this problem will stay everlasting. The following slide. So in our reality that we see in classes, we mainly focus on boards. But I majored in technology, but that's not the matter. Moving to the matter of education that we talk about very briefly. So I'm deciding to wrap this up, but we can live in today's time without maps and traditional tools. And doesn't present today's world. Um, and even if you use Google without artificial intelligence, you won't be able to get home without. And even if we reach a good stage, we shouldn't stop, because we don't live in a time where we can stop. There's a time where, if you whether to stop time, you're gonna miss a lot. What we need to reach, what we need to give people, is the happiness of every student when they see this expression on kids. Can we make education exciting? And let's not forget that education is not for gifted people. There's some special needs kids and with special condition, whether they are geographical or financial. For the education that we need is the right for all. We're talking about um, I think that's something that is agreed upon, that the system of education that we live on is through industrial revolution, but we're still talking about we're still holding on to the industrial revolution, the fifth stage. When we talk about education, when we talk about me, uh, 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 we would like you to wrap up. If I were to just talk about education, can I present the tools of today, the DIYs? Can I present encyclopedias uh, that covers everything? Will I be able to provide the chatbots that helps the students when their teacher is busy? Can I can I provide with these data to identify the gifted ones and give and create science out of them that creates those tools without waiting for them? We need to constantly change from the matter of being Amina to be what changes, moving from the policies and moving from traditional education to education when need. So now I'm spending 12 hours or 5 years of teaching them what they need. I should teach them what they need to and move to the next stage. There's such whenever they feel um, that's what we need to do with education. We don't need a lot of research before implementing. We need to implement and correct as we go. And we wrap up. We can and we should. Thank you, Engineer Sami. Uh, Uncovered some of. Thank you for our experts who helped us the difference through their geographical difference and time difference and time zones. Um, we will continue our discussion in this matter with your attendance, but we would like to take a break for honoring, since some of our intellectuals are tied with. Allow us to stop briefly to honor our guests, and then we shall continue um, the second session after. So allow me to the Director of Regional Center of Equality and Excellence Education, Dr. Abdurrahman, to come forward, as well as Dr. Hassan bin Mehsen, to honor them. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Dr. Abdurrahman bin Abdul Malik, honoring all the intellectuals. Dr. Abdurrahman al-Shihri, Dr. Naif, Dr. Noura bin Muhammad al-Mhanna, the Regional Director of e-learning and distance education in the Ministry of Education, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. To wrap this up, Engineer Sami bin Hussein, the CEO of the CAT. We thank you for this honoring, and we resume our session. Thank you for all, and we resume our session and our discussion about this enrichment workshop that intellectual covered the policies of distance education and key experiences and how to, after presenting all these experiences, we would like to present questions to our intellectuals and our specialties that they are now among us. And now we shall start with Dr. Zanfeli as a representative for the UNESCO and about asking for the main opportunities to improve the practices of distance education. Dr. Ahmed, are you with us? As he's starting, we move on to a question to Dr. May Ahmed Yassin, who's the acting director. Dr. Ahmed, we were asking. We were asking. We ask you about the main opportunities to improve the practice of distance education in Arab countries. Peace be upon our prophets. What is regarding the chances, the matter of chances, we're talking about the external factors that helps reaching the goals and our visions. So therefore, when we talk about the available opportunities to improve distance education and enhance it, so the first available chance is improving is keeping up with the changing that and the community of knowledge and keeping up with all. And that doesn't go without mention AI and with also apps and its application that whether we utilize it, we would improve our distance education. This is the first an important chance, followed by many chances such as following uh, the matters of education in the excellence of education, and lately in the transfer of education and the focusing of digital education and distance education. And the third chance is that we're talking about is ensuring again the right of all to have uh, fair education that is inclusive to all. As this a chance this we can invest in and implement to every student and with all ages, with whatever conditions that they are going through. They have the rights uh, to have the education that they are needing. So the international matter when it comes to the inclusive and the rights of education and the transfer education and the agenda of education since the 2030 of sustainable education. All these matters with including which I have pointed that keeps up with the changes of technology. All these give us chances to improve our education. But allow me to your distinguished audience to ask, and if the question was so I would like to get into in these few minutes about when we talk about distance education, we have to focus on the philosophy of it, the philosophy of distance education. Is it is it continue? Is it do we need it as do we need it instead of traditional education? Do we need it urgently, like what happened during the pandemic, including other matters? All of that alongside all of that drives us to think about it. When we talk about the philosophy of distance education, we move to it drives us to move translating this philosophy into better policies and to utilize these opportunities at the same time facing those challenges, the many challenges like such as the matter of the outcomes of education and the skills um, and other aspects of the students. A human is not only brain, but there's many aspects of them. So I hope that I've answered your question. Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me and giving me this chance. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. You answered very effectively the questions about the policies of distance education. We thank you for this enrichment. Moving on to Dr. May Yasmin from Mamlakat Bahrain. Dr. May, are you with us? Yes, yes, sir. We're going to ask you, based on the presentation that you presented about implementing technology in general in Arab countries, and sharing the experience pre, during, and post the pandemic. What are the challenges that you faced during those times? Of course, during those times, the challenges that we faced, if we were to see them based on, in comparison to worldwide, and we see that they have two types of challenges. The infrastructure of Arab countries and European countries, the difference between them. Uh, and other than infrastructure is the difference in experiences and practices, which goes under presenting. We're in the Kingdom of Bahrain, praise be to Allah, because our experience began soon. Many countries had to move to distance education or online education after or during the pandemic to keep up with the changing. But Kingdom of Bahrain was one of the countries that were pioneers that followed that matter since the beginning of the 2000s. As I showed, to be precise, in 2002. There's an important point that I forgot to mention. That Bahrain, the Kingdom of Bahrain, began to send many students to get, and that to and that is was over 10 years ago in the matter of distance education. So thank God our challenges were very minimum. they could. So the biggest challenge that we faced was in 2005, and it was how do we convince teachers to use the portals by having a timeline and choosing the right criterion and training educators. And thank God the planning was is the first step of every successful project. So and then after that so praise be to God, when the pandemic was around, all what we needed in the Kingdom of Bahrain Ministry of Education was very few days to move to the process of distance education, and those times were only to add uh, the plan and the timeline. So thank God the the challenges were almost impossible in the Kingdom of Bahrain. The transition was smooth because it was pre-studied and it was based on strategies that were implemented years in advance. So the strategies that you have pre-COVID made the transition very smoothly. This and of course, doctor, there's an important point. uh, the regional center for information and there was a lot it had a lot of great faculties that help that all our training programs. We used to only have two programs pre-COVID that were distantly provided, but to keep up with the need of the pandemic, that was in the matter of 2 weeks. We presented over 20, moving on from 10 to 20, because the faculties were present and the expertise were present. So praise be to Allah. This was a great target and a great accomplishment in a very brief time. That's a great experience. Thank you for sharing your experience. Now we move to Dr. Noura with her question about uh, the, the present of new technologies. One of the main technologies that are presented today is AI. What are the main what are the main areas that we can work with artificial intelligence and the policies of distance education? How we can utilize those utilities of AI in implementing and adding the policies of distance education? Thank you, Dr. Naif. When it comes to AI and distance education, we as rule makers, we have to acknowledge the tools that we have today that were available to kids, such as that were available to students, such as AI tools that were integrated to many of the tools that they have, whether they're on platforms or personal. Students now, they're very technical in their nature. They like to try things. So we as lure makers, we have to understand the nature of students in today's world and their love for technology and their love to experiment with the available tools. So it's very important to work and implementing those rules and that rules that goes with that shows the benefits and the disadvantages of such tools. Uh, Teachers must and students must know that these tools cannot be very precise. So it's important to add rules and regulations of the use of these tools to raise awareness for teachers and students, and what students can reach and what they can use in doing their jobs uh, in the best way possible. So this is one of the many things that we mainly focus on. And when it comes to utilizing AI in education, it depends on the data that is outcomed by the educational platforms and that were present in. Maybe that was mentioned by many of intellectuals in the field when it comes to best utilizing those platforms. And the biggest challenge is using those tools correctly, which can lead us to the good and actual use of those tools. Thank you, Dr. Noura, for the very sufficient answer. And we emphasize again by the end of by the policies of distance education, by the importance of this workshop in implementing the policies that focuses on many aspects of education and implementing technology, especially with the industrial revolution, the fifth industrial revolution, the that goes according to the standards of application. Now we show and we ask. Now we take your questions, but since we should wrap soon, we're only gonna take 2 questions. And before your questions, we would like the participants to we like to, ask your question, Dr. Abdullah Luzra. Peace be upon you, Dr. Abdullah Luzra, from the University of Imam. That was very enrichment. Thank you for all the intellectuals and speakers. I would like to add, when it comes to implementing AI in distance education, that all that we live today, from education and AI tools and technology, is nothing but representing the edge of the iceberg. But and truly, we haven't lived the actual revolution of AI, and all that we experiment in is a part of the industrial revolution of the fourth. The fifth one we haven't experienced yet. How such? I'll give you an. So if you say now that a pilot uses AI technology in flying a plane, so we're still in the fourth industrial revolution, because that's the result of the fourth industrial revolution. When AI is able to fly the plane without a captain in the cabin of the plane, and land in it safely, now we're talking about the fifth industrial revolution. Given an example when it comes to education, now that we have a teachers that uses AI technology to interact with the students and to enter those platforms of education. For example, I'm flying abroad and but still able to connect with my students wherever I am, with the use of distance education. This is still the fourth industrial revolution. If I'm going on a vacation and in Sura with my students and distance education, my twin, my digital twin teaches my students and answers their questions instead of me, now we can say that we are in the fifth industrial revolution. Thank you very much. Thank you, doctor. Any of intellectuals that would like to add their 2 cents? Thank you, Dr. Abdullah, for presenting these ideas. Some might disagree or agree with you by the beginning of the industrial revolutions, the fifth industrial revolution. Some might say that it's already beginning. Some say there is features of its beginning. Or we move to different question. We shall now take from the right side, since we take from the left side. Any of our colleagues that would like to say something? Dr. Ahmed. Dr. Ahmed Al-Maarik. I have praises and wishes and a question. For praises, I would like to praise for praise for a great accomplishment such as Platform Madrasati that saved education during a very crucial time, and I would like to praise it for That's all. But now there's rules that um, requires it continuous with traditional education being still existing. This is really just goes to say thank you for the Ministry of Education. When it comes to AI and implementing it, um, it seems that uh, the, the, there's two important matters. One, intellectuals. Two, the tools of education. So whenever the tools of education is present, we are able to reach a student, teachers that are digital. If the teacher is able to if a digital teacher is able to talk instead of me, then we could say that we are in the fifth industrial revolution. And one of those examples, great examples, is that we stopped at is one of the offices of Hadi, which was used by one of Islamic foundations, and that AI tool was able to convert 400 into Islam, and that goes to show that AI is able to deliver message but also convince others. When it comes to training teachers on the means of digital learning, as previously stated, the theory of connectivism. I believe that we are in a time where we in the must need of it, and it's as a part of two programs of preparing educators. Infrastructure should be one of we have to improve our infrastructure so we wouldn't face any challenges in the field. But for the question, I would like to ask Dr. Noura, when Madrasati platform reach to a level where it's attractive and that private schools race over and fight over it. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for your question. I would like to give a comment about industrial revolution, about the fifth one, and digital teachers. It is right that what you're saying, that something that we're saying about AI is true, and we look forward for improving this. However, there's an important point that we have to keep in mind that the teacher, the process of education requires a human. It's a humanitarian experience. The connection between a student and the teacher could never be implemented with AI. But I would like to emphasize that the role of a teacher could change, and that is true. And we can see that right now in setting our future. Teacher may not present their lessons as they do now, but the role of teacher is still very important in guiding the students. Something that AI could never do in actual human to human. The role of teacher could change over time, but the presence of them teacher is very crucial in the development of teacher intellectually, socially, and many other aspects. That doesn't mean that AI technology, when it comes to madrasati platform, goes without a doubt that one of the is letting the madrasas very more as attractive